Namaste Girirajaya Shri Govardhana Namine Ashesha Klesha Nashaya Paramananda Dayine
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
It's yours? It's yours.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Jai Giri Govardhan, Jaya Giri Govardhan, Giri Govardhan, Giri Govardhan, Giri Govardhan, Giri Govardhan, Jai Jai Giri Govardhan, Giri Govardhan, Giri Govardhan Jaya, Giri Govardhan, Giri Govardhan, Giri Govardhan. Jai Jai Prabhupada, 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 Jai Prabhupada. Jai Jai Prabhupada, 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 Jai Prabhupada. Anitai Gaura Hareva, 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 Gaura Hareva, Hareva,
Hare Krishna. Welcome to the second day of the Govardhana retreat. Today is a full day for our retreat. The first full day. Yesterday was opening, and we had a class by Madhavananda Prabhu. Today will bring to us the precious gifts of the so-called beggar, Sudama. We will also hear of the Govardhana Lila and of the lessons that we can derive from this wonderful pastime. Today we will go to Banasi Ganga, and we will dance in the forests of Govardhana. I would like to welcome our first speaker for today, Burijan Prabhu, who will be speaking on the pastime of Sudama visiting Krishna. We are most happy to welcome back Burijan Prabhu. Are you here, Prabhu?
Here I am. I can see you anyway.
Welcome. I want to mention before we start that towards the end of the class, there will be some time for questions. So if you have any questions, you send them on the chat. There is, when you go to the participants on the chat, you will find Q&A, question and answer. So if you can send your questions there, and then by the magic of internet, they will reach Burijan Prabhu. We cannot say that he will answer all the questions, but he will pick some of them and answer some of them. So I let Prabhuji begin. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Namo Vishnu Padaya, Krishna Pastaya Bhutale, Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swamini Tanamane. Namaste Saraswati Devi, Gauravani Pacharane, Nivasesha, Sunyavadi Prashkati Zatarane. Om Ganataminandasya, Jana Jana Salakaya, Chaksu Samadatan Jena Tatsmai, Sri Gurave Namah. Sri Chaitanya Manabhistam, Stapitam Jena Bhutale, Sayam Rupa Padamayam, Dadati Sa Pandantikam. Vansa Kalpa Tribhascha, Kripa Sindhu Vaibhaja, Patitanam Pavanebhyo, Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namah. Hare Krishna. We shall begin entering the mysterious Bhagavatam. I say it's mysterious because it's Krishna, Puranako Dhanoditaha. It's mysterious because Krishna is mysterious and how Krishna is unlimited. And similarly, the Bhagavatam is unlimited. And this is one of the difficulties in giving a class on the Bhagavatam, such as this, because when you think you know what you want to say, suddenly the unlimited Bhagavatam reveals a little bit more in a different level, which always makes it exciting. So amidst the excitement of the mysterious Bhagavatam, I'd like to begin speaking about the gifts of the precious gifts of Sudama. And gifts is in plural because we usually would think of the gift of Sudama, that's precious, and that's his gift of the chipped rice to Krishna. But this is in plural. There's many gifts that Sudama will not only give Krishna, but he'll also give to us during this pastime. The Bhagavatam tells the story. Srila Sukadeva Goswami speaks the story of Sudama in the 80th chapter of the 10th canto. And the 10th canto, if I was really in teaching mode and we were in a class where we could reciprocate, I would ask everyone how many chapters the 10th canto has. And of course, it has 90. And this begins, as far as I've seen, just prior to this, Krishna has killed the final demons on Dantavakra and Vidyarata that he has come to kill. And then Balaram goes on his pilgrimage, and just before the Kurukshetra war has ended. And in one sense, that's the end of Krishna's pastimes. And then what happens in the next 10 chapters, the final 11 chapters rather, is that there's almost like a summary or some final points, facts, essential points that Srila Vyasadeva or Sukadeva Goswami wishes us to really imbibe and take with us as we leave the incredible pastimes of Krishna that have been narrated. These points are really essential. So in one sense, this 80th chapter and the 81st chapter, which is the specific pastimes about Sudama meeting Krishna and Dwarka, they really begin this summary. So what does Krishna want us to, or what does Srila Vyasadeva and Sukadeva Goswami want us to really remember? Well, you please listen, and of course read these pastimes very carefully and hear them. And especially as we speak about them, please pay attention very carefully to how Sudama acts and what is his nature, what is his mood in dealing with his life, with Krishna, and also how does Krishna act. And also those two are the main, I don't want to say actors, but they are the main actors in this Leela, not drama, but in this Leela, they are the main players. Please watch them very carefully and try to understand something about Sudama and something about the very nature of Krishna, because these points are very valuable and they are great jewels, and they will help us very much in our devotional service. And this, personally, I have found in preparation for this presentation, I've had to put my consciousness into. I've been thinking about this and studying and reading, and again, I've found that it's very, very wonderful and very helpful in my own devotional service. And we hope and we pray that it will also give some impetus to you and some depth, more depth in your already deep understandings of Krishna consciousness. So the 80th chapter begins after, it's almost like a pause, because we've been hearing in the 89th chapter about Balaram and his going on pilgrimage. And before that, he kills Ramaharshan Sutta and the demon Balvala. And then he goes on pilgrimage. And then Maharaj Parikshit, he begins to speak. So if we could see the first, that first verse, if Gopinath Prasad can put the first verse up, that would be helpful. This is the first verse in the 80th chapter, excuse me, the 90th chapter. So Sri Raja Uvacha, because after hearing about Lord Balaram and his pastimes, Maharaj Parikshit wants to again hear about Krishna. So he says, Bhagavan Jani Chanyami, my Lord, he's speaking to Sukadev Goswami as Bhagavan here. I want to hear other, Anyani, I want to hear other pastimes. Shrotam in the final line, and Ichami, I desire. Oh Prabhu, I want to Shrotam, I want to hear other pastimes and other pastimes of Makunda, of Makundasya, Mahatmana, who is the Supreme Lord, who is the Supreme Soul. And I want to hear his pastimes that are valorous. That means full of braveries, full of glory, full of good qualities, and Ananta Viryasya. They're unlimited. His glories are unlimited. His potencies are unlimited. His activities are unlimited. His depth and height are unlimited. And I want to hear about this. Okay, please, next. And here's the BBT translation. King Parikshit said, my Lord, O Master, I wish to hear about other valorous deeds performed by the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Mukunda. Mukunda means, I've heard Prabhupada mention two meanings of Mukunda. One is he who gives mukti, he who gives liberation, but also he whose face blossoms like a kunda flower. Beautiful smile upon his beautiful face. So I want to hear about him whose valor is unlimited. Our Acharya's comments, Sanatana Goswami comments on this verse saying that to hear about Mukunda gives the highest bliss. And Jiva Goswami explains that he wants that Maharaj Parikshit is just simply eager to hear more. He thought that the pastimes have ended perhaps, and he is not yet satiated. It is impossible to be completely satisfied upon hearing about Krishna, because the result of hearing about Krishna is that, or one of the results is that one's desire to hear about Krishna increases more and more and more. Please move away from that verse. So in the second verse, which we won't see the we won't look at the Sanskrit of the second verse, and this is the sixth verse. Gopinath Prasad, just keep the blank, please, in between. So in the second verse, I'll just read the English. Oh Brahmana, he says to Maharaj Parikshit says to Sukadev Goswami, how could anyone who knows the essence of life, what the real purpose of human life is, and simultaneously, because if one really is fixed in the purpose of life as an endeavoring to achieve that purpose, simultaneously his own desires for sense gratification, they become disgusting for such a person. And how could such a person give up the transcendental topics of Lord Uttama Sloka after hearing them again and again and again? How could anyone who knows that life isn't meant for sense enjoyment and is therefore disgusted with that, even though some desires may exist in his heart, how could he give up hearing these topics? And then our acharyas asked the question, well, so many people, in fact, do give up hearing about these topics. And our acharya's answer is with the word Visheshagya that's in the verse, the one who really knows the essence. Vishesha means the special characteristic and the essence, he cannot give it up. Even if he's except if someone is a Mayavadi or a Brahmavadi, an impersonalist, maybe he can give it up. Or someone is a sense enjoyment, maybe he can give it up. But such a person does not know the Visheshagya, the real essence of life. And Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur, he says, but the person who has special knowledge, this Visheshagya of the spiritual qualities, the form of Krishna, the pastimes of Krishna, and the rasa of Krishna, the sweet, mellow taste of the relationship that the soul is capable of having with Krishna. If someone actually has that, he cannot give up these topics. Then Sukadev Goswami, Omar's Pricket, for 2 more verses, he continues to give this almost this introduction to focus our mind on further hearing this pastime of Krishna about Sudama. He says that real speech, or the real purpose of our talking, is to speak about the qualities of the Lord. And the real hands, the actual purpose of the hands, is to work for him. And a true mind always remembers him. So right now, my hand, my mind, my tongue tends to be engaged in so many other things, but these are coverings over the actual mind, the actual hands, the actual ears that bring us the most benefit. So such a person, using the senses, all the senses, he constantly uses those senses cooperatively to remember always he who is dwelling within the moving and non-moving things of this world. Because if we think about it, if we can actually understand that how Krishna is with the moving and non-moving elements of everything, how he's everywhere, how then the mind would cooperate fully with the senses and always remember Krishna. The head is one that bows down to the Lord in his many manifestations amongst the moving and non-moving creatures. And real eyes are those that see only the Lord. Stavaram jagamam dekina deki taramoti. He sees always, in every circumstance, he sees the Lord. And the actual limbs are those that honor the water that has bathed the Lord's lotus feet, or the lotus feet of his devotees. So then Sukadev Goswami, after hearing these words of Maharaj Parikshit, he then questions the king. He questions the king, and he calls him Vishnu Rata. He calls him the king who is protected by Krishna. He says, Sukadev, we're not ready for the next slide yet, please. The powerful sage Badarayani, Sukadev Goswami, he replied, and his heart was fully absorbed in meditation on the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Vasudeva, and therefore he was perfectly qualified to speak all these pastimes because of his purity and his full absorption in thoughts of Krishna, his love for Krishna. So he had a wealth of prema for Krishna. And now he will begin describing about Sudama. Please, the next slide. He says, these are the words of Srila Sukadeva Goswami. Krishnasya asya sakya kaschit. That of Lord Krishna, there was once kaschit, there was a certain sakha that he had. Now it's interesting that in the entire chapters about Sudama, Sudama's name isn't actually mentioned, even one time as far as I saw. But there was one friend that Krishna had Brahmano, Brahma Vittama. He was a Brahmana, and Brahma Vittama means he was vastly learned. Now, here are the qualities. This is how Sukadeva is beginning to describe this pastime, describing the qualities of Sudama. He was his friend, that's the first thing. And he had full knowledge. Virakta, Indriyasyarteshu. He was completely detached from sense enjoyment, using his senses to gain the pleasures of the senses. And he was prasanatma. He was fully peaceful, and Jitendriya, he had fully conquered his senses. So what an exalted person, and the topmost of his exalted qualities was that he was Krishna's friend. He was Krishna's his deep devotee. Srila Sanatana Goswami explains, he was the best knower of the meaning of the Vedas because he was fixed in bhakti to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. And because of that, he was detached from sense enjoyment. And therefore, his mind was peaceful. And why? Because he was devoid of all lust and lamentation, because his senses were fully controlled. Please go on. Here is the English translation that the BBT has provided. Sukadeva Goswami said, Lord Krishna had a certain Brahmana friend named Sudama, who was most learned in Vedic knowledge. Vedescha Savaya Hameva Vidyo, that the purpose of the Vedas is to know Krishna, and Krishna was his actual friend. And he was detached from all sense enjoyment. Furthermore, his mind was peaceful, and his senses were subdued. Please go on. Okay. No, we don't need the next verse, but we need to go back to the full screen. So here are some of the qualities of Sudama. This is how he acted. He was living as a householder. This is text 7. And he maintained himself more or less in the same way that Madhavendra Puri maintained himself, even though he was a householder. He maintained himself with whatever came of its own accord. Whatever came to him, he didn't have a job, he didn't work 9 to 5, anything like that. Whatever came to him by its own accord, which means by Krishna's arrangement. But the story would be, the pastime would be quite different if we saw that he was well maintained and he wore nice clothing and he was healthy. But amazingly enough, the verse continues, the wife of that poorly dressed Brahmana, the Brahmana didn't have proper clothing, and she suffered along with him, and she was emaciated from hunger. Emaciated means she was suffering, she was thin, she didn't have energy. There was just the bones on her body, practically speaking. So something is going on here. Something is going on here. There's a tension going on here. He was a devotee. He was detached. He was pure. He was a Brahmin with all the Brahminical qualities. And he was dependent fully on Krishna. But yet, his wife was emaciated. She didn't have proper clothing. And she was tired all the time from hunger. The next verse. The chaste wife of the poverty-stricken Brahmana, after a long time, she approached her husband. Her face was dried up because of her distress. And her hands were trembling as she approached her husband, and they were trembling out of fear. Some acharyas explained that she was trembling out of hunger, practically speaking, and weakness. But she was going to say something. She felt very much forced, practically speaking, to say something that she knew wouldn't be pleasing to her husband. And therefore, she was fearful and trembling. And the thing that she was going to say was, please approach Krishna to help us in our difficult situation. And she knew that her husband, Sudama, being such a great devotee and dependent on Krishna, did not at all think it proper to ask Krishna, to beg Krishna for anything other than pure devotional service. And she knew this was going to be her request, and she knew her husband wasn't going to be happy with this. So she said to her husband, "Oh, Brahmana, isn't it true that the husband of the goddess of fortune is your personal friend? He's the personal friend of you who is so exalted." Now just see the irony. He's a friend, a devotee. Irony means almost the contradiction, the tension that's being built. See the irony. And this is going to happen again and again. Your friend is the husband of the goddess of fortune, and the goddess of fortune serves him continuously. She's achanchala, she's not at all moving from that. But you, a devotee, a friend, is so poverty-stricken. That greatest of the Yadavas, and the Yadavas are famous for their generosity, and he's the greatest of the Yadavas. He's so generous. He's compassionate to the Brahmanas. And Sudama is thinking at this time, well, I'm not a Brahmana. And actually, obviously, I'm not even a devotee, because how could I be in this circumstance? I've committed so many offenses because the goddess of fortune, if the Supreme Lord of Krishna was pleased with me, how could the goddess of fortune be displeased with me? So I've obviously displeased the Supreme Lord and the goddess of fortune. So I'm not a devotee. He's the greatest of the Yadavas, yes. And he's compassionate, she said, to the Brahmanas. But I'm not a Brahmana, he thought. I'm a Brahma Bandhu. I've done something wrong. I'm not even being maintained properly. And he's always willing, she said, to grant Brahmanas his shelter. But Sudama was thinking, I'm just one of countless living entities, and Krishna is equal to all. Why will he give me some special shelter? Oh, fortunate one. And in this verse, she continues, oh, fortunate one. And she's looking at him, and he's so poverty-stricken. And she's completely poverty-stricken. And she's yet calling him the most fortunate one. It seems like fortune has turned her back on her husband and her as well, and yet she's calling him the most fortunate one. And why is he so fortunate? Because Krishna is his friend. He has that type of an intimate relationship with Krishna. And he is the real shelter of all saints. And he's thinking, I'm not at all a saint. He will certainly give you abundant wealth, she said. And the word she uses here is buri. Buri means opulent wealth. Sadhunam cha parayanam, that he is the ultimate shelter of all sadhus, and you are a sadhu. You're completely dependent on him. And certainly, dasyati dravinam bhuri, he will give you the wealth that we need. And she was equal in devotion to him, but she was suffering more than him, our acharyas explain. And why was she suffering even more than him? Because she had it as her duty to feed him, and she wasn't able to carry out her duty. He was meditating on the Lord all the time. That was his prime engagement, study and meditation. But she had to feed him. And she was unable to do that because there wasn't sufficient food. He couldn't provide that. So she's begging him. She was equal. Our acharyas clearly say she was equal in qualities to him. But yet she suffered more than him because she was unable to do her duty. So he'll certainly give you because he always takes care of saintly persons. And his very nature, please listen to the nature of Krishna and watch the devotion of these two great souls. Just watch it, look at it. He is full of mercy. They never thought for a moment that why is he neglecting us? They never thought for a moment that he's supposed to provide for us. We're dependent upon him. Look at the quality, the depth of their devotion, their faith. And look at Krishna. Look at the words they speak about him. He will alleviate your suffering. Why? Because he's soft. He's an ocean of mercy. And now, he is the ruler of the Bhoja dynasty, the Vrishnis, and the Andaka dynasty. And he's staying in Dwarka because one of the reasons that Sudama never went there previously, because in Sudama Puri, where he was living, is right now called Porbanda. And it's maybe 100 kilometers away from Dwarka, 58 miles or so. But he never went. And one of the reasons is that Krishna was always traveling here and there to Vrindavan, sometimes to this place, to that place, killing demons. But now Dantavakra and Vidyarata had been killed, and he was staying always in Dwarka. So she said, now you can go there. He's staying in Dwarka only. He's finished those other duties. And since he even gives his own self, and please listen to this, the qualities of Krishna that she is saying. He gives his own self to anyone who simply remembers his lotus feet. He gives himself to anyone who simply remembers his lotus feet. What doubt is there that he, who is the spiritual master, the teacher of the whole universe, will bestow upon his sincere worshiper, you, who's even his friend? What doubt is there that he will bestow upon you prosperity and material enjoyment that's nothing, practically speaking? These aren't even desirable, but we need it right now. What doubt is there? Now, please listen to this comment on this verse by Srila Sanatana Goswami and Srila Jiva Goswami. He says, but he will not give anything, give much to an unqualified person like me. And his wife responds to that saying, he gives to one who remembers his lotus feet. He gives himself, the Supreme Lord, to one who remembers even one of his feet. That's the comment of Srila Sanatana Goswami. Or just by beginning to think of that foot, he becomes controlled by that person. He gives whatever is desired to one who worships him according to the rules, doing bhakti by hearing and other processes. What more need be said? How much more will he give one who is so fortunate to actually have spent time with him and who is his friend? He is the instructor of all dharma. Will he not fulfill this lesser desire of his devotee? And Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur comments, but I'm embarrassed to ask anything from him. And she replies in the comment of Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur, He gives himself unto the person who just remembers him without asking for anything. Going to him and remaining silent, he will give you whatever you desire, plenty of wealth. And also, he will give what he desires to give because he is your benefactor. And what he really desires to give, Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur says, is the sweetness of his lotus feet. Please, the next verse. Two verses actually. So the Brahmin, he thought that this is actually unsuitable that I ask Krishna for anything. But in this way, Bharyaya, by his wife, the Vipra, the Brahmana, Bahusha Pratito Mohu Pratana means appealing, and Mohu means again and again. So again and again, she appealed to him in this way. He wasn't very much inclined to do so. But then, Ayam hi paramo labha utama sloka darshanam. He thought the greatest gain would be to have the darshan of Uttama Sloka. So, okay, I'm going to go. He decided. Next verse. Sa evam. Go on to the next verse, please. Iti sanchintya manasa. So thinking in this way within his mind, Gamanaya Matim Dadi, he made this decision that I shall go. Apyasti upayanam kinshit grihe kalyani diyatam. So then he thought, I'm going to visit my dear friend. And their friendship was very intimate. But how can I go carrying nothing with me? So he asked, Kalyani means my auspicious wife, because there she was, supporting him in his devotional service and encouraging him again and again and yet again to have the darshan of Krishna. So my Kalyani, my auspicious wife, do we have a gift that we can give to him? Do we have anything in the house that I can bring to Krishna? Please go to the English translation of that verse. He decided to go, but first he told her, my good wife, is there anything in the house I can bring as a gift? Please give it to me. And then, please go on to the next verse. And then, Yachitwa Chaturo Mushtim. She went out because she didn't have anything. She didn't have anything in the house. Please notice this point. Their poverty, this will come up again, was so extreme that there was nothing at all in the house that she could give to Krishna. Nothing. Nothing. She couldn't find anything. So she went out, Chitra Chatoro Mustim Vipram Pratukatandulam. Pratukatandulam means some chipped rice. And so from a Vipra, from a Brahmin who was nearby, she begged 4 mustin means handfuls of chipped rice. And Chaila Chandena Tanbadwa Bhatre Pradad Upayano. So she took that and she wrapped it up, Chaila Chandena Tadbadva, in a ripped piece of cloth. They were in the most extreme poverty. And she put that 4 handfuls of chipped rice into a cloth, and Bhatre Pradad Upayanam. She gave that Upayanam as a gift. Pradad, she gave him that to her as her husband, as a gift for Krishna. Please. So Sudama's wife begged 4 handfuls of flat rice from neighboring brahmanas. She tied up the rice in a torn piece of cloth. This was all they had, and gave it to her husband as a present for Lord Krishna. Now, please note the irony, again, the contradictory almost circumstances, just not what you would expect at all. And Krishna is going to answer this. He's going to respond to this by his actions and even by his words of the acharyas explaining how this has happened. But here, just see Sudama's poverty. He has nothing in his house to give. Is this even correct? So let us question a little bit. Is this correct for a devotee to be in this situation? It's not the way we usually preach and talk to people or talk to ourselves even. And we see in the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna promises, Ananyachintanto mam yejana paripasate samyukta vyuktaram yoga chemam. I will give them what they lack. I will preserve what they have. I myself do this. And yet, look at Sudama's position and condition. Later on, it will describe that he was dressed in rags. And they weren't presenting this to Krishna, this chipped rice, to show that we're poverty stricken and indirectly tell him that here's what you, this is our situation. Look how poverty is, all we can give you is chipped rice. Now you can do something for us, please? No, there was no mood like that at all. Sudama was so thin that there was no flesh on his body and his veins were shining through. Is this proper for a devotee? The same question was asked and answered by Bhishma Dev, actually. But we don't want to get too much into the answer. Let's just leave the question. And not only is this question really amazing, the way I see it, how Krishna is acting rather is the amazing thing, but also in the 10th canto of the Bhagavatam, just a little bit later, Maharaj Parikshit is also wondering how my uncles and my uncles have suffered, the Pandavas had suffered so much. And Krishna himself, when Maharaj Parikshit asked this question to Sukadeva Goswami, he tells how Yudhisthira asked this question to Krishna, and Krishna's response was shocking, not even amazing, but it's shocking. And that response was, Yasyaham anugrahami. Not only don't I give my devotees great wealth, but whatever wealth they have, I take away. Do you want to be a devotee still? Look at Sudama. Look at Maharaj Parikshit. Look at the Pandavas. And Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur addresses that question and explains that Krishna has 3 reasons for acting in this way. But I'm not going to tell you what they are right now, because I'd like this question to be hanging in your mind for a little bit longer. So Sudama then deciding to go. And the question is, how has Krishna done this to his devotee, such a dear devotee? So then taking that flat rice. This is the next text, 16, text 15. Taking that flat rice, the saintly Brahmana, and again, he stressed that he's saintly. Please, yeah, you can leave that right there. The saintly Brahmana, he set off for Dwarka, all the while wondering. Go back a little bit. Go back to the previous verse. How were we able to have Katam Krishna Sandarshanam Mayam Katam Syad? He was wondering, he was worrying, will I really be able to have Krishna's darshan? So one needs to keep a picture of Sudama in one's mind. Go on to the next verse, please. Or go on to the screen. How will I really be able to have Krishna's audience? Please go on, Gopinath. Go on. No, not to the. To this here, no, Prabhu, the speaker. Yes, thank you. It's important to keep in mind what Sudama looked like. There is a picture that His Holiness Jayadvaita Maharaj sent me this morning. Look at this. Let's see if I'm going to make it appear on the screen, but I'm going to be in it. And let's see if we can get it. Whoops. I'll have to move out of the way. Can you see it? Was this the one? Whoops. Just see, he's dressed in rags and he's walking to Dwarka. And he barely can walk. He has his stick. He can barely walk his rags. He's so thin. And he's thinking, how in the world will I be able to see Krishna when people look at me? They'll be so disgusted and frightened, practically speaking. I'm so condemned, so rejected by the goddess of fortune. No one wants to see me. And how will I be able to see Krishna? Okay, please remove the picture. I think that's my job over here right now, because I put it up. So Sudama arrives, and remember, Krishna's palaces are so opulent. It's all marble and jewels and incense and filigrees and peacocks and parks and opulence and silk and gold and pearls and everything inlaid. It's so incredible. So he was joined by some local brahmanas, and he passed 3 guard stations, went through 3 gateways, and then he walked by the homes of Krishna's faithful devotees. The Andakas and the Vrishnis, they're all warriors, they're all powerful, they're all opulent. And then he understood that no ordinary person can do this. He then entered one of the opulent palaces belonging to Lord Hari's 16,000 queens. And when he did so, he felt that he was attaining the bliss of liberation. So our acharyas explain what he wasn't merging in Brahman, but he forgot everything else. He was so absorbed in this incredible atmosphere. And he got through because Krishna is so dear to the Brahmins, and the Brahmins are so dear to him. And all the residents of Dwarka had imbibed this quality of Krishna, Namo Brahmanya Devaya. They all had this because he was the leader. So the qualities of the leader, they come down to all the followers. So he waited outside the palace of Rukmini. And there, this poverty-stricken Brahmin, he, in this land of opulence, and he didn't see any contradiction in this. He just saw this is Krishna's world over here. And at that time, and the word used for Krishna, the name of Krishna, is Achyuta. And this Achyuta Katha is very, very special. Achyuta means he who doesn't fall down in any circumstance. So Krishna did not, wasn't in the mood of perhaps what I would be if I was in a palace, an enjoying spirit. He doesn't fall down because Sambhavam Yatmamaya. He's always playing only with his internal energy, and also he doesn't fall down from his relationship with his devotees. Although in this circumstance, superficially, it does seem like he has somehow neglected his great devotee, Sudama. But he's called Achyuta. He doesn't fall down from that. So at that time, Achyuta, Lord Krishna, was seated on Rukmini Devi's bed. And then a distance away, he spotted Sudama. And he immediately stood up and he went forward to meet him with great pleasure. Krishna, who is fully self-satisfied, he is the supreme Prasanatma. When he saw Sudama, he was filled with pleasure and he immediately embraced him completely around his body. He was a dear friend, a brahmana and a sage who knew the glory of bhakti, but still remember what Sudama looked like. So he took Sudama by his hand. He forcibly took Sudama because the last thing Sudama wanted to do was what Krishna was going to make him do. He sat him down on his own bed. Then Krishna, who personally purifies the whole world, he offered Sudama tokens of respect and he washed the feet of Sudama. And then he took the water that had washed the feet of Sudama and sprinkled it upon his own head. What a contradictory situation. This poor Brahmana, who is a great devotee of Krishna in the land of Krishna's opulence in Dwarka, he's being respected by Krishna so much. And then Krishna anointed him with fragrant, divinely fragrant sandalwood, agaru, kumkum paste, and happily worshipped him with incense that was so fragrant and lamps. And finally, he offered him betel nut and a cow, and he welcomed him with pleasing words. And here's the greatest of contradictions in a sense. During this time, Rukmini Devi, the goddess of fortune herself, with a chamara, was whisking him. She was serving Sudama. The goddess of fortune, who but who had neglected Sudama in such poverty that Sudama had to come to ask Krishna for something so he and his family could eat, was now serving him. The goddess of fortune is serving him, and yet he's so poor. His clothing was torn. His clothing was dirty, which means that he didn't have many sets of clothing, maybe one set. And he was so thin that the veins on his body were visible, not just in one place, but all over his body. So when the palace residents saw this, they were amazed. Please see this picture in your mind, Krishna worshiping this Sudama Brahmana who was in such an impoverished situation. The palace residents saw this and they couldn't understand what was going on. They said, this person is who is dressed in such a terrible way. And please listen to the words that they use here. He's unwashed, avadutena, bhikshuna. He's a mendicant, he's a beggar, who is shriya hinena, who is deprived of all prosperity, and he's garhitena, he's condemned. Because when we see beggars, we tend to be a little, he's condemned, we don't want to get very close, that may be catching. He's adama, he's lowly. And they're seeing Krishna not only worship him, but embrace him. And they thought, what is this? What piety could he have possibly performed? And he's treating him in such a way that his brother, his younger brothers, Gada, and older brother, Balaram, they don't even get such treatment as this. And yet he's treating Sudama in this way. And then Krishna took his hand, and Sudama took his hand. Sudama's shyness was melting. And they began to talk about how they had lived together, the cause of their deep friendship, Krishna, Saka, Sudama, about how they had lived together in the ashram of their guru, Sri Sandipani Muni. So Krishna said, my dear Brahmana, you know very well the way of Dharma, which he meant that you look like a renunciant. I can see that you're a complete renunciant, but you're not dressed as a renunciant at all. You're dressed as a householder. But you know Dharma, which means that you have to be a part of some ashram or another. So you're not a renunciant. And in those days, they hadn't invented the newer ashrams, such as the partner ashram or the bachelor ashram. So Krishna assumed he's not a renunciant. He must be a householder. So then he said, what happened after you gave Guru Dakshin to Sandipani Muni and you returned from school? Did you marry a compatible wife or not? But he knew he did, because he called him, because you know Dharma. And then Krishna said, even though you are mostly, not completely obviously, involved in household affairs, your mind is not affected by material desires. This is wonderful. Nor, O learned one, do you take much pleasure in the pursuit of material wealth. Well, that was obvious, because he was the poorest of beggars. This I am well aware of, Krishna says, Daneshu viditam hi me. I am aware of this. Krishna is aware of Sudama's condition. And yet, Sudama is so poverty-stricken. And then Krishna continued, because Krishna, when he speaks, he's instructing so many others, as well as speaking to Sudama. He's accomplishing many things with one purpose. He says, some people, even myself, I do this, Ketsit Korvanti Karmani. Some people, they execute their karma, their worldly duties. Kamar ahat sam but their minds are actually not at all disturbed by material desires. So there's good instruction there. But yet he's speaking directly to Sudama. Tyajanta prakritir daivim. They've given up all the propensities that are born of material desires. Yataham lokasangraham. And they act in this way, in a very dharmic way, in a very dharmic and detached way, just to instruct others, just as I do. Yata aham, I also act in this way, as Krishna explains in the Bhagavad Gita. I also act in this way. Please let us move forward. I'll have to go a little bit quickly here. And then Krishna says, after this brief introduction, he says, my dear Brahmin, do you remember how we lived together in our spiritual master's school? This was the cause of their intimate relationship. They had lived together in the ashram of Sandipani Muni. And tomorrow, we shall discuss some of the activities of Krishna in Gurukula. And we shall refer to the 45th chapter of this 10th canto where this is discussed, Krishna's time in Gurukula. As soon as Kamsa is killed, practically he leaves for Gurukula. And he says, when a twice-born student has learned from his guru all that is to be learned, then he can enjoy spiritual life, which lies behind ignorance, beyond ignorance. So Krishna's showing the cause of their friendship, but he wants to say something else because he wants to tell a story that made their friendship completely firm. But before he tells that story, which we shall speak about tomorrow, and we shall hear something about it today, he's going to say something about the relationship between the guru and disciples. Because when he tells the story of what happened, which we know what it is, the collecting the firewood, there is hardship involved. And Krishna wants to make a point about service to Guru. Now, this is a big topic that has many subtleties to it, and perhaps we shall speak more about it tomorrow. We will speak more about it tomorrow for sure, because it comes up so directly. But here, Krishna says there are three kinds of gurus. The father, the one who gives us mantra, and this he says, I would prefer to read it, but we're a little bit pressed for time. But there are three kinds of gurus, he says. The father is the first guru, and the spiritual master who gives the mantra, the Diksha mantra, and then the third, he explains, is the one who gives transcendental knowledge about me. Because by the transcendental knowledge about me, one can transcend the material world. One can go beyond the material world and attain me. So he explains, that certainly, O Brahmana, this is the 33rd verse, of all the followers of Varnashrama system, those who take advantage of the words I speak, Krishna says, in the form of the spiritual master, because it's Krishna's words that the spiritual master, true spiritual master, has assimilated. And this is so clearly described in Rishabdev Maharaj's teachings to his sons, the role of the Brahmin teachers that he advised his sons to take advice from. They're going to be used by Krishna to speak the words of Krishna. They have to realize Shastra and speak the words of Krishna. And in that form, I am speaking, Krishna says, so therefore we say about Srila Prabhupada, we chant Shakshadhari Tvenasamasta Sastre. So it is Krishna who speaks because the Shastra and the, of course, inspiration, it is Krishna's. And thus, one can easily cross over the ocean of material existence. These kind of persons can best understand their welfare. And then Krishna says the words that really lead to his describing the pastime of collecting wood. I, the soul of all beings, am not as satisfied by ritual worship, by Brahminical initiation, penance, or self-discipline, as am I by faithful service rendered to one's spiritual master. So this is, again, a very deep topic, and we shall enter a little bit into it at least tomorrow. But we shall end this part of the class right now and begin the next part. And the next part is a video that we have put together about a visit to the same place where Krishna went to school with Sudama Brahmana and Balaram, there in the presence of Sandipani Muni, in the ashram of Sandipani Muni in Avantipur in Ujjain. So we visited there with some very kind-hearted devotees, and they are also featured in this video. Now, there's one point I wanted to make. There is one exalted soul in this video who they say is one of the descendants in the descendant family of Sandipani Muni. So at this time, he takes some special, in this ashram of Sandipani Muni, he takes special time to speak to us and to explain what is the meaning of everything. And we shall speak some more about all these points tomorrow. But his English isn't very good, and he's struggling with his English, but he's trying his best to communicate with us. So please, please very much appreciate Sri Vyasa's kindly helping us. Okay, now if we could see that video.
Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya.
Krishna, Krishna. Well, guess where we are? I guess you might be able to do more than guess in a moment. There, if you can read the Hindi, we are in front of Sandipani Muni's ashram in Ujjain, where, there we go, we framed it. We've been framed, where Krishna went to Gurukula. Well, we're going to go in. After Krishna and Balaram's sacred thread ceremony, they decided to study in the Gurukula of a spiritual master. Deciding that Vyasadeva and the other qualified Vaishnava sages would immediately recognize them, they concluded that they should accept as guru the pure and learned Shiva Bhakta Sandipani Muni from Avantipur. Leaving Mathura and walking slowly to Avantipur, heart-melting, beautiful and effulgent Krishna and Balaram, wearing garments of pure cotton and dressed as brahmacharis, both of them entered the classroom of Acharya Sandipani Muni. And here is the classroom. I don't think I'm allowed to photograph in here though. Let's see what we can do. What is this over here, Vyas?
Oh, this is Sandipani Muni ashram where Lord Krishna came to study, and this is here, it is a classroom where you can take darshan of Krishna, Balram and Sudama sitting in a row in front of Sandipani Muni ashram, who is their guru, and they are learning the different arts. Over here is Lord Shiva's temple, when Krishna was here for studying for 64 days, Lord Shiva came to take darshan of Krishna in as a student, because generally he took his darshan when he was in Vrindavan. So he has to become Gopeshwar Mahadev there, and here when he came here, so he took the darshan of Krishna as a student, and when they were talking together, there was Nandi Maharaj, who was with a respect. He is in a standing position. So you'll find only Nandi Maharaj in a standing position over here in Sandipani Muni Ashram.
Ujjain is a Shiva place where everyone worships Lord Shiva. And yesterday was Shivaratri.
When Sandipani Muni was here, he used to do his penance in front of Lord Shiva, and here is the temple of Lord Shiva. In each and every temple we find Lord Shivalinga. Lord Shiva's Shivalinga is having one snake, which is separately kept of brass, silver, or any of the metal. But here this snake is in the stone with the Shivalinga.
It's a school of Krishna actually. The person who knows each and every part of his life. So his cylinder a part of 60. He choose a part of 64 days for his life. Okay, I have to be cylinder in front of anyone because the timing which is coming in future, no one really want to listen anyone actually. So who?
That is Kali Yuga, isn't it?
This is Kali Yuga. In Kali Yuga, no one really want to listen anyone. They will promote that they are the teachers. All are the teachers. So I have to stay for 64 as a student. If they sees me as a student, they knows that everyone has to be silent in front of enemy. Actually, when Lord Krishna appears in the age of 11 years and 7 days only, he walks for 72 days from Mathura to here and stays for 64 days. First question of Krishna ji to his guru, he down on his knees in front of his guru and tell him, sir, myself Krishna, I am from that place. I just want to know, I know each and every part of my life, but you just tell me from where I have to start myself on. So Guru appoints a guru. So everyone should follow his personal guru and they will get the vibration of Krishna actually. So Lord Krishna creates a way for the teachers. Go with the teachers, not for teachers. Go to cylinder someone and accept the vibration. You didn't have to speak. If you didn't speak, you will be a good speaker in the future first. If you speak only, you never be a good listener first. So that's why.
First you have to hear.
Of course, it's a part
Shravanam, Kirtanam, Vishnu, Smaranam.
Listening is a power of Krishna only. This is the part of Sudama also. A person. He didn't have any type of money actually. But he's a best friend of Krishna actually. Best friend of Krishna. The person who didn't have any pocket. So it means Lord Krishna never goes for the rupees. We did not. Lakshmi is in the leg of Lord Krishna actually. In the footmark of Lord Krishna, Lakshmi is also there. That's why Lakshmi Narayan is there. Sudama is a very great person. He tells, because when he cut the wood there, Guru Mata gives him 40 pieces of chana actually, 40 pieces. When they goes to cut the wood and the bag of that chanas is in the hand of Sudama, and Krishna ji gets upwards on the tree and cut a wood. When he cut the wood, he eat the chana. When he cut the wood, he eat the chana. But the 40 pieces are there. How many? 40. But approximate 26 pieces Sudama ji eaten, and although he's so hungry, but he left 14 pieces. How many? 14. Left for Krishna actually. And when he downwards, he come from the tree at the ground, he hugged Sudama ji actually. It's really nice, Sudama. You are a Brahman actually, and you are hungry, and we have only few chanas in our hand, and you save 14 chanas for me, actually 14 pieces for me. You are the best friend of Krishna. You are the best friend, actually. It's a main thing to get this type of transparency. We all needs a guru, actually. Okay, how we found it? We are the good readers, but how we follow this one? We are the best. We are the best teachers in the future. I know, because I'm a good student today, actually. But how will be a good teacher for the further days also? To stay, to arrive at the place and stay on the place. To stay on a place, we need the guru. You're in the school of Krishna, actually, and you smile. It means that Krishna is also there, actually. Very glad of.
And you're very smiling.
Yeah, we need these type of guys who just want to know about this place here. They want to put it 10 rupees there, they will change it and move from the places. It's not enough here. Why it's a peace here? In Kali Yuga, a person wants to kill anyone. We make so many bombers out there. So why it is so peace here? No bombers, nothing is there. No Kim Jong, no America, nothing is there here. So why it is peace? Why it is green actually here? It's a Krishna's Gurukul only. Be glad of these type of guys, just like you also, who just introduced, not to me actually, introduced this Sandipani Tapastali. This is Krishna's Guru Sandipani Tapastali. Maharshi Sandipani put a bilpatra on the ground here and prayed for 21.
Put a
Bilpatra.
Bilpatra, yes.
Put on the ground and prayed for. He just want to prove for Kali Yuga that in Bilpatra Lord Shiva is there actually. So he make a task of that one and put a bilpand on the ground and prayed for 21 days. And make him out on Kartik Shukla Paksha Vaikunth Chaturdashi is the day. Early in the morning, he make him out in the power of Bilpatra. God have his own personality also. But wait for a right time, wait for the right places. And if you want to wait for a right time and for the right places, we need a teacher. Jai Shri Krishna.
Om Namah Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namah Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namah Bhagavate Vasudevaya.
We are here at Gomti Kund. This is a kund created by Lord Krishna himself. Krishna used to find his Gurudev Sandipani Muni going towards the Gomti river every day for a bath and taking water, carrying that water for the ashram. But he was feeling so much painful that why should my Gurudev should go that long. So finally he said Sandipani Muni that he can invite or he can call Gomti river over here. So Sandipani Muni, he didn't believed him. So then he invited Gomti river here in this kund, and he made this kund, and then he said Sandipani Muni that tomorrow morning when you go to Gomti river, you put your kamandal over there and come back here. You will find your kamandal over here. So when he came here, he saw near the Gomti kund, he found his kamandal. So then he believed that this is a Gomti river's water, and then he started using this water for the ashram and for his bathing and all his worshipping and everything.
Let's go down to see the Gomti Kund.
Even 10-12 years back when we used to come, there was a Babaji sitting in this temple. He used to tell us, this is the most sacred place in entire this Sandipani Muni Ashram.
Krishna's footprints. And Vyasadev's camera. Okay, I think it's time to leave this blessed place. The sun is about to set, and Hare Krishna. All glories to Sri Krishna and his time in the ashram of Sandipani Muni, with Sudama and Balaram and his teacher. Hare Krishna. I think it's time to go.
Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Everyone together. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Once more. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya.
Okay, back to Srila Prabhupada's temple.
We can have just one question because we're already a bit late. From Bhaktin Tina. Let's go, let's see, Sweta Hubli. Was Sudama aware of Krishna as a supreme person, or was he covered by Yogamaya like Yashodamayi? So his mood was Sakya mixed with Aishwarya Bhav. Yes, we shall hear tomorrow Sudama's understanding of who Krishna was. Yes, exactly correct. From Gaura Hari, Das Golokadam. Why does Jiva Goswami and Gopal Champul not mention about Sudam, but mentions Krishna and Balaram pick up the firewood during the night? Tomorrow we shall hear that pastime. It is taught that a husband is responsible for his wife. He shall protect the wife. So how can it be that Sudama did not follow his duty? Please kindly explain this special situation, because it is a very special situation and Krishna's hand is in there. And not only is the husband's duty to take care of his wife, his prime duty is his own spiritual progress too. Of course, these are complicated issues here. Sandipani Muni was a Shiva Bhakti. Any special reason why Krishna chose him as his guru? We mentioned it very briefly. Is because he couldn't go to Vyasadeva or the other great souls, and we shall speak about this tomorrow again. But because they would immediately recognize that he's the Supreme Lord and they wouldn't want to teach him. So he decided to go to Sandipani Muni, who was unlimitedly learned. Okay. Hare Krishna, we shall end here. And all glories to Srila Prabhupada, all glories to Sandipani Muni, Sudama, Lord Balaram, and Krishna. Hare Krishna.
Thank you very much, Murijan Prabhu, for this wonderful presentation and for taking us to Avantipura. There is somebody just next to me was saying that we were there. We were traveling to the pastime places. So we will hear more tomorrow.
Tomorrow is all about Krishna's Gurukula days, his school days with Sudama
Oh, wonderful. Very
and
wonderful.
Balaram, of course. Hare Krishna.
Thank you for presenting these pastimes so nicely, Gurujan Prabhu.
Hare Krishna. We try our best.
So now we are going to turn back our attention to Giriraj. Giriraj right here. We are going to go to a very lovely place, intense place, the place of Manasi Ganga. The divine Ganga manifests in Govardhana. It is described how there are many waterfalls and many rivers entering Manasi Ganga. So we are going to visit that place, and it will be filled with intensity. We'll have very quick glimpses of Manasi Ganga. So please be ready. Wow, this was an immersion in Manasi Ganga. Next, we are going to welcome His Holiness Sachinandan Maharaj. Are you here, Maharaj? Maharaj will speak on the Govardhana Lila, deep insights.
Hare Krishna, can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly, Maharaj.
Really? Really? Good. Let me welcome all of you for this class called Invaluable Teachings of Giridhari Krishna for Meeting the Challenges of Life. We will be listening to Krishna Katha with a special focus on what we can learn from this Katha, from Krishna's pastimes, for our own life and for the circumstances of our life. See, if you want to change something in your life, willpower alone is not enough. If you want to change, for instance, the time where you wish to get up and you want to get up earlier, the willpower is not alone useful. Not even putting your alarm clock on the right time and buying a super loud alarm clock is useful. What is useful is to create favorable circumstances, circumstances that will, let us say, facilitate your purpose, your desire, your particular determination. And then it is really very easy. So we will be listening now to Krishna Katha as we did with our Bhurijam Prabhu. It's a wonderful, enlivening class. And this creates the right circumstances in our psychology, in our inner mind, so that it will be easier for us to follow up on our desires to be more on the spiritual platform. Let us start now. Let me put here the clock properly. Yes. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. 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 Namaste Girirajaya Namaste Girirajaya. Namaste Girirajaya. Namaste Girirajaya. Hare Krishna. I greet all of you affectionately here from Germany, trying to take you to the foot of Giriraj, the greatest friend, the greatest supporter, and also, as we will see, the greatest protector of his devotee's life. To introduce my little presentation, let me not be shy about a personal insight and a personal conviction also. Although this is something which human reason can never understand, the sacred mountain of Giriraj speaks. It gives Giriraj gives deep insights into our lives, and I will share a personal deep conviction which I got there a little later when we are entering into the Katha. But as we are going into this Katha, I wish to install this theoretical faith in you that Giriraj, about whom we are listening, can also speak to you. He can give you answers. He can give you directions. In fact, in Vrindavan, you see the Brijbasis. What to do? You see the Brijbasis circumambulating Govardhana and asking him to give them insights. Here's Gaur Krishna, who has remembered to put another microphone. They go there and they asked him for help in everything that concerns their life. And I have met unlimited amounts of these Brijbasis who tell me their wishes, their questions were answered by Giriraj. As I will now tell you the Giriraj Katha from a very specific angle, I request you to keep two questions in mind. Questions which might become answered. Where can I take shelter in my life? And what can I do to become free from envy? Envy is that quality in which lust, anger, greed, and illusion take shelter. They all go into this one thing, this envy, and empower it with maliciousness, so that an envious person will not be able to understand even one single word of the Srimad Bhagavatam. This work was composed for those who are nimatsaranam, or who wish to become free from envy. And in this presentation you will hear about a community with absolutely no envy. So this is the second question. First question, how can I take shelter and where? And the second is, how can I join the community without envy? I will come back to these two questions. They are here, and I will see what we could grasp, what we could get. My dear devotees, most of us are familiar, especially those on this call, are familiar with the pastime. Krishna had convinced Nanda Maharaj to stop worshipping Indra and instead to start to worship Giriraj, the sacred mountain, who supplied the cows with fresh grass. His argument is stated there in the Bhagavatam. He said, "My dear father, our home is not in the big cities or towns. We are cowherd people. And we live in the forest. And our life is with the forests and the hills. Therefore, may a sacrifice for the pleasure of Govardhana hill begin, with all the paraphernalia which we have now collected to worship King Indra. Let this sacrifice be done instead." So you must know, this Indra Puja was a very long-standing tradition. People go to traditions, keep traditions, because it brings structure into their lives and order, and thus protects them. But here Krishna breaks a long-standing tradition. He requests his people to disregard Indra, the most powerful being in the universe, and go worship Giriraj instead. This is very, 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 let us say, this is throwing a stone on the porcelain of a tradition, breaking it. And it can only be done if you have faith that something wonderful will emerge from this, and you will not be unprotected. So on. One should be very, very careful if one breaks traditions. It is many, many bad consequences can come from it. So because the Brijbasis had faith in Krishna, they followed Krishna's advice. On the evening before, they all gathered at Manasi Ganga, where we saw this video with the mystical soundtrack. And they put lights around Manasi Ganga. They did pujas there, but their mind was really only fixed on the next day, when they would worship Giriraj according to Krishna's desire, and see what would happen. Would there be any consequences or not? Early morning, they took their bath in Manasi Ganga. They decorated themselves and their cows. They put silver bells on the cows, pearl necklaces, silken cloth. They plated their horns with gold. When the calves saw that, they jumped in excitement to see how their mothers and their fathers, the cows and the bulls, were decorated. the bulls were also becoming excited, and they mooed, a very deep moo into the morning mist. They looked, says Jiva Goswami, like great saints who chanted prayers. And then all of them started to move towards the place where the Govardhana Puja would take place, that is towards the area before Anyor. It's a beautiful village which you can visit when you go around Giriraj, and just before the village there is still the beautiful place. We can just imagine being there. It was a grand procession. All the Brijbasis fully decorated, their cows. They were singing, but there was a feeling of anticipation in the air. This feeling spread, and unseen by anyone, Lord Shiva wanted also to see directly how would this turn out, and he came riding on Ganga, on Nandi, with his matted hair, and Mother Ganga was there in his how do you say, was there in his hair. The mountains also came, Meru, Dronachal. They all came. Dronachal was the father of Giriraj, and he wanted to also be there. They mixed in personified forms, because that's better for interaction with people. They mix it in personified forms into the crowd. Everyone, the powerful devatas, the mountains, the Paramahamsas came there to see how a tradition was installed, a new tradition to worship Giriraj, and how an old one had to go. That morning, Giriraj, this is how it is described, looked especially beautiful. Giriraj shone. He felt that he knew now a very specific pastime would evolve. He looked like a young bride on her wedding day. I think you all are familiar with this tradition, which is cross-cultural, that a woman is decorating herself in a special way on her wedding day. And if it's not a bad marriage, she will usually look very effulgent and very happy. Her Dharma is now, she's entering now into her Stri Dharma in a specific way. So our Giriraj was also very effulgent. Then there was a ceremony, I will not go into it in detail, where the Brahmanas chanted mantras, and they went very close to Giriraj and picked one particular attractive Shila where they would do their Brahminical activities, like giving him an abhishek, and at the end they used very soft towels and dried Giriraj. They put a silken cloth over him and a golden crown, and then they looked towards the Brijbasis, the non-Brahman Brijbasis, and all of them surged forward. It's described, it was a surge of humanity which surged forward. And They put flower garlands upon flower garlands uh, uh, over this beautiful Shila. They made auspicious noises with drums, and they used very large cymbals and made a very beautiful, it's described a noise. And it became so loud that this joyous noise, which was carried with deep devotion to Krishna and his orders, pierced the layers of the universe and reached the ears of Indra and gave him a terrible earache because he had a problem. He wanted that he will be worshipped, and now another worship was installed. Oof, there was a real big attack on his ego. He had an earache. Then the Brijbasis did Pushpanjali. I think you all have seen how in Vrindavan these Pushpanjalis are mainly with rose flowers. They rain all over the Giriraj with grains, and then they made a huge bhoga offering. There were endless varieties of preparations which they brought on in clay pots, in silk tapestries. There were soups, there were breads, vegetables, deep fried things, sour, sweet, salty, bitter, astringent, and so on. And all this was placed in these amazing leaf cups, big leaves, the silk tapestries, and placed before Giri Raj. And then finally they all did the Dandavat pranams, and as they were lying on the ground, something happened which is just so wonderful and so amazing, but they were totally unprepared for it. As they were still lying down, they heard a great rumbling in the air, like 100 thunderclaps. And when they looked up from their obeisances, they saw on top of Giriraj a large personality. He was the same size as the mountain. He sat there. He looked like Krishna. Jiva Goswami says he was a mega-sized Krishna. He had come there to increase the face. He had thousands and millions of hands, some were short, some were long, and he started to eat everything which was placed so lovingly by the Brijbasis in front of him. You know, just imagine, there was like, you have been before Anyor, and you have maybe used the inner path. It's a huge expanse of land which is there, and all this was covered with preparations. And the tremendous form reached out to everywhere and ate everything. It is described that there were some devotees of Krishna who were so elderly that they had stayed in Nandagram, but they had also followed the instructions of Krishna to prepare for Giriraj something. And these people saw how the long hands and long arms of Giriraj extended right into their rooms, the kitchens, and how it took the preparation away. this was so wonderful for the Brijbasis that they all shouted in joy. You must understand, they had done the sacrifice for Indra for many, many, many generations. And they had now followed Krishna's advice and taken taken full shelter in Krishna's advice, and they had now offered everything to Giriraj. And then they saw Giriraj was responding apparently by taking on this huge form with a swarthy, means blackish complexion. He had golden ornaments and a huge flower crown. He was flowery. So everyone looked on. The calves looked on. The cows looked on. The bulls looked on. And it was just so surprising that they couldn't chew on their grass. The grass was hanging in their mouth. And the calves felt a little, slightly insecure, so they hid under the bellies of their mothers. And they didn't speak. No one spoke. There was silence. Then, as they saw this mega-sized form eating all the preparations, Krishna stood up. His beautiful voice was clearly heard as he spoke. He spoke out strong, which was surprising. And he said, "O venerable personality, who are you?" At first, the form did not answer. It rumbled like clouds, and the Brijbasis were, it was such a huge form. They were really a little bit bewildered. They thought, oh no, now what is he going to do? But then, in a hushed voice, he scaled the volume of his voice down to human proportions, so that they could hear him. With a sound of full of compassion, the divine form responded. "O little boy, with very graceful limbs, and O residents of Braj, I'm Govardhana, the presiding deity of this place. I have appeared to you because I'm pleased by your devotion. Please ask me for anything which your heart desires." And as he said this as he spoke the voice, it was hushed and very, how would you say, compassionate. But this sound echoed through every corner of Braj. "Please ask me for anything your heart desires." Indra, who had received for so many long years and generations the offerings of the Brijbasis, had been silent all this time. He had not appeared once. He had enjoyed the offerings. They were for first-class milk products, because the wealth there in Braj is cows. But Krishna had responded immediately. He had broken the silence. He had said, "Ask me for anything your heart desires." And here I wish to stop my kata for a moment and reveal to you something personal, something which I have discussed with Burijan Prabhu and Vrindavan Vinod Prabhu at various times. See, we came to Giriraj maybe 20 years ago in all earnestness. We had visited Giriraj in the course of our pilgrimage to Braj quite regularly. You know, everyone goes to Giriraj Govardhana. But I'm always saying it. Burijan Prabhu wrote me once an email where he said, "I have this concept of bringing the devotees to Giriraj and facilitating that they make their own deep experiences there by arranging retreats." And he has been so kind to include me in this effort, and because he knew I was appreciating this area very much. Radha Kund, Syama Kund, and Giriraj is all one area really, and had great appreciation, and so we started this, and I have gone for many years, 25 years plus maybe, every year to Giriraj, just every single year, and have stayed there for 1 month on doing. Well, that's not true. I have stayed at other places, but at the end of when I became older, I only stayed in Giriraj and Lotus Feet and Radha Kund and Syama Kund. And my dear devotees, he speaks. How, you mean? Well, in the Gita it says, "For me come knowledge, remembrance, and forgetfulness." I've seen you remember Krishna more. You remember your goal of life more. It becomes more prominent somehow, and he gives insights of a very personal nature. My older brother, I just met him. He asked 3 questions. One related to the family. Our parents are now preparing for the departure from this world, and related to family matters. And he has received answers. I asked him, "What? In the ear answer?" "Yes," he said. I said, we are elder, and we are brothers, we can talk. Is that maybe your imagination? Wishful thinking?" He said, "No." Giriraj can also speak through arrangements, and that's what we saw many, many times in building the Govardhana Retreat Center. I think there will be a presentation on the Govardhana Retreat Center, and it's miraculous coming about. He makes arrangements. That's how he speaks. He speaks through his activities, if you so want. And that is a great, and he speaks in a way that he increases your devotion, like like many of you who are on this call, I think, know that you have gone to Giriraj Govardhana and you have gotten personal upliftment in your devotion, no? That you have seen 100%. So yes, Giriraj Govardhana speaks. I once had this question. I'm trying to offer an increased sadhana to you. Do you care? I was sitting before Giriraj and chanting, and it was the midday time. This is called the graveyard shift for those who do bhajan. It's very difficult to focus the mind. You're more tired and more lethargic in this time. In traditional monastery, in traditional circles, you will beg for food during this time when you do bhajan. You use it for some activity. So I was at that time still working on my vow, and I was desperate. Do you care for all of this? And can you please give me a sign if you care? And I came into this mood, which spiritual, which I think you all have felt, is if I could just get a sign, where you break your silence, my Lord, then it would be so much easier for me to continue with strength. Yes, so as this was going on, I was getting into my rebellious mood. Please, please, please. All of a sudden I hear loud screeches. I look around and I see, the first thing I see is two green parrots, flying up and then going down and attacking. And then I look a second time and I see a black snake who is attacked by the, in the head portion, by the green parrots. This black snake is on its way to me. They are poison snakes. They bite you, and it can be fatal. In most cases, it is fatal. And these parrots are clearly stopping the snake as it quickly proceeds towards me to inflict his bite. They looked like German Stukas, little airplanes who attacked. Anyways, let's not get into that. They really were attacking. And this gave me the time to jump up and run. And I run very fast. I put everything into my running. And then I looked back and I could see the snake changed course and went to Govardhana, and the parrots stopped attacking. They had done their job. They had kept the snake away from me, and they saved my life. I thought that was Giriraj answer, who answered through the ones he supports. He supports parrots, peacocks, all animals, monkeys, everyone is carried by Giriraj and supported by him. And he had told them, just, it's a foreign Bhakta, he needs some visible proof, so let's protect him. And you go and you take care of the snake. My dear devotees, when you receive an answer, you know that's an answer. I don't know how clear this sounds for you, but that is the nature of spiritual experiences. They are highly subjective, and that's good. They are talking to the person who's involved. Yes. So the Brijbasis saw the mighty form of the Lord. And they heard the Lord saying, Shiloh's me, I'm that hill. They saw he's a majestic form of their own Krishna. But they did not think this to be Krishna. They thought he's Lokika Prana Surit, that is a very, very, Surit means friend, Prana means the life force, he's my life friend. In German we would say as mein Busenfreund. That means he's so close to my heart and myself. And he's Lokika, like an ordinary friend. Lokika means ordinary. They thought he's a friend, like, you know, you may have a friend, he lives next to your apartment or your house, and you are not dealing with him with great awe and reverence. You are just very free with a friend. You invite him, you knock at his door, say, come on, there's something to eat, I've cooked. It is a very, very close relationship. There is not much formality. And when they saw this huge form, so they thought of Krishna. Krishna is that little boy that with graceful limbs. Even Radha, who can detect Krishna's presence everywhere, in all forms. Krishna sometimes comes in disguises as a barber, girl, as a pandit, as a poet and musician, as a florist. Krishna takes various disguises when Radha is in man and is lovingly rejecting him. I will never ever see you again. Then Krishna takes on a disguise to see Radha. And Radha at the end always looks through every single one of his disguises. Through this one, she couldn't look. This is described in Vraj Vilas Stava in verse 75. There was a reason Krishna wanted to give Radha a boon. He wanted to give her the boon that she could look at him undisturbed by whatever people would think. Radha could just be there, look at that form, undisturbed as everyone did, and see to her heart's content. And later, when he did this again, he lifted the mountain, and everyone was looking at him only, even the cows. So Radha could also look at him and feast her eyes on the beauty of his limbs. This is the second time. Then the deity spoke again. O residents of Braj, I'm not like other deities who prefer to remain aloof from their worshippers. I reciprocated your faith by appearing before you, and now I will eat your food. And Gopal Champu describes it. The giant took handfuls of rice and vegetables from each of the huge piles of food and began to eat it. And in between, he attracted small ponds, lakes, rivers, so that he could have something to drink. In this way, the pools and ponds were all dried up. Wherever Shri Krishna, who had attained the form of Govardhana hill, stuck out his hand to take some food, all the Brajvasis came running just like Chataka birds. You know, the Chataka bird flies towards the cloud. So whenever Giriraj put up his hands like this, they were almost like moon beams, his hands. The Chataka bird like which Basis came. There's a long description. It is said with his right hand he ate, and with his left hand he always gestured, more, more, more. Finally, the Brajbasis were worried. They didn't have anything more. Everything which they had placed before Giriraj had disappeared already. They had run back to their homes and gotten whatever little items were left there. But the hand was demanding more, while he ate with another hand. And they did not know what to do. Then they turned helplessly to Balaram. And Balaram had the idea. He placed a tulsi leaf, just one single leaf, before this huge form. And the Lord ate and was satisfied. He didn't demand more any longer. He's satisfied. This shows you the tremendous potency of Tulsi. The forest of Vrindavan is named after Tulsi because it is Tulsi who is so dear to the Lord, so intimately connected to all his pastimes. Even at the Rasa Leela, we hear that Krishna had disappeared from the face of the gopis, and they were looking for him all over the forest of Vrindavan. They first asked the big trees, but then they didn't get any answers, and they said, anyways, you are male and you are conspiring with Krishna. We need to go to the female plants. And they approached Tulsi. Oh, Tulsi, please tell us, where did Krishna go? This habit to go to Tulsi to ask for Krishna is there within our tradition. You can see here, there is Tulsi's form as Vrinda Devi, the divine goddess of the forest of Vrindavan. And she is one of the 5 gatekeepers who can allow us entry. Thus we sing, my only desire is to be, to see with these eyes the divine couple. Morai Abilas, Vilas Kunja Dio Vas. I want to come into the kunjas, no? That is our prayer. Yes, I'm looking here. I will have to go a little bit forward, although it's all so sweet, but at the very end of the Govardhana pastimes, the Brajvasis took a rest. After the form had disappeared, suddenly they took a rest. They were all lying down on the ground. And when every one got up, Krishna joined his palms. They were very, very satisfied because they had just experienced a great transcendental revelation, an answer to the question, where is ultimate shelter? It is in Krishna only, and in Krishna's instruction. And Krishna had reciprocated immediately, so very beautifully. And he will reciprocate more in the future. There is a wonderful verse where Shukadev Goswami reveals how dear this pastime is to him and how much he appreciates the shelter of Giriraj. He says at the end of chapter 26, in the last verse, Deve Vashati Yakya Viplavarusha. And a very nice verse, and then he said, may he, Govinda, the Lord of the cows, and the destroyer of Indra's false pride, be pleased with us. With this he hints at Parikshit Maharaj. He said, you, Parikshit, are also in great danger for your life. In 7 days, you will leave the body. May that Krishna who lifted Govardhana and protected the Vrajavasis from the disturbances caused by hunger, hail and rain arising from Indra's anger, may he also protect us. And what he means is, just like Krishna protected the Brijbasis, we will see that a little later, but you are so familiar with the pastime. At that time, Krishna protects all his devotees, especially Parikshit Maharaj, by in the form of the Bhagavat. This Bhagavat is the form of Krishna, which personally comes to each single devotee and protects them. This is the very, very important message of this pastime. Giriraj shows his devotees, Krishna shows his devotees, as Giriraj, I'm there, I'm accepting your offerings immediately. And Giriraj, Krishna shows as Giriraj, and Giridhari Krishna, take shelter at my lotus feet, follow me only, and I will protect you. In modern times, devotees can find the shelter of Krishna very quickly and easily, as they make a regular habit to chant his names and to read the pastimes of, read the Bhagavatam. Bhagavatam protects you. It is here has come to protect you from the effects of the terrible age of Kali. Devotees or the world is now talking about one particular aspect, illness of the age of Kali. That will go also, like all the other things come and go in the age of Kali. It's not so, it is what it is. The age of Kali is full with obstacles. But those who read the Bhagavatam, who take shelter under the Bhagavatam, they are protected like the Brijbasis who were protected by Giridhari Krishna, who's here for you in the corner. He has his sidelong glance on all of you. I hope he's pleased to hear this Katha. I hope I'm trying to give my best. And yes, in this age of Kali, he protects us in the form of the holy name and the form of the Bhagavatam. That's the first lesson. The second lesson, which is there, is a society without envy. But I'm very mindful of the time. I want to see with Gaur Krishna, if Gaur Krishna has already on his WhatsApp questions. There is, yes, and I wish to answer the question of which is there in this time. From Nandini Rupa Devi Dasi, what a wonderful name, in Delhi. How to relish the pastimes of Krishna. Why do I feel them just as another story? I don't feel the nectar as devotees do. Thank you very much for this very, very nice question. This is really something which needs to be addressed, and I really want to address it. We see Burijam Prabhu enjoying to talk about Sudama Vibra. We see other presenters laughing and relishing the nectar, and we think, what do they feel that I don't feel? Why is my heart so dry? I will answer the question now. You need to know how to extract the nectar. There is a comparison I would like to say. When you get a sugarcane stalk, it looks like a bamboo stick, no? A sugarcane stick. There is a lot of juice in there. But for most of us who don't have such strong teeth any longer, like the Brijvasis, we cannot get it out directly by chewing. Most probably all our fillings would leave us if we would do that. We need an iron cylinder and 2 iron cylinders. They revolve and they press the juice out of the stalk. They take it out like this. So you have seen in Vrindavan these sugarcane wallahs who have these cylinders, revolving cylinders, and they get the juice out and sell it in the juice stall. So in the same way, you need to know how to draw out the nectar of the Bhagavatam. In the second canto, method is advised that is quoted by Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur. The first is you need to hear with faith. Just continue hearing with faith, theoretical faith that these things are real. And the second is you need to do it on a regular basis. You cannot do it sometimes and then sometimes not. You need to enter it on a regular basis. And the third is you need to make some endeavor to do it. The endeavor is one type of endeavor is to my mind is going, yes, be attentive. And the second endeavor is you need to render service. Bhagavatam says the taste comes when we serve devotees. I would like to give you an example. When I was a little boy, I was a voracious reader already then. I was reading. I did not like to go to school, but I like to read on my own. And we have in Europe the Heroes' Legends. It's a book, the Greek Heroes' Legends. It's the legends of the Greek heroes, not important. It's translated into the German language by Günther Schwab. You know, this is like the ultimate in reading when you are, you know, everyone has to read it who is supposedly cultured in these areas. At least at my time. Now it's gone. Now everyone has to read Mickey Mouse. But no, everyone needed to read the Greek legends of the heroes. It was with gods and with especially God-born heroes and so on. It was like the European Mahabharata, if you so wish. And I know there were all these names and all these difficult concepts, and I couldn't get into it. I had no taste until one day, I still remembered, I was enough educated in the various concepts, and I was wandering, walking around the Olympus and seeing all these things. These things are different. These leelas are different in the sense that normal literature, you make yourself familiar and get the concepts, and you can translate the various names and so on, and then boom, you are in. This is spiritual, my dear devotees. You have to have faith in this. You have to increase the faith by repeatedly reading and educating yourself about a world which is so different than your ant-like world. And you do have to endeavor a little bit. You have to give your attention, and you have to serve. This is a high reality. And you know, one day you will wake up really, and you will walk in the reality of Govardhana and these pastimes in your spiritual body, which is already there and which will be developed by Shravanam and Kirtanam. Another approach, why we don't have taste. I don't know if you are psychologically interested. I do not know, nor we can relish only those things to which we are wired. Prabhupada once gave this example that there was a hotel owner who was cutting the head of chickens, and the chickens were running around with blood spurting out of their cut throat, and the hotel owner just enjoyed this like anything, because he was wired neurologically for cruelty. His little boy saw the whole scene and screamed in terror. He could not find any taste in this, because he was not at all wired in a matching way to cruelty. So we are all, this is what I want to show with the example. I am sorry that this is a very strong example which may hurt your feelings, but we are wired to certain things, and it is not possible for us to easily taste something which is totally out of our daily concerns, our daily life. We will require a transformation. And the transformation or rewiring, if you wish, happens when you are entering the sacred space of spiritual practice, the sadhana. And one of the sadhanas, in fact the beginning sadhana, is shravanam, hearing repeatedly, and then the taste will come. Take courage. Most of the older devotees have the same experience, and some older devotees still have no taste because they have not gone through the effort to hear regularly about Krishna. So yes, this is a sadhana, a practice. Krishna consciousness is not for information alone. It is meant for transformation. Having said this, I know there are more questions, but there's not more time. I have seen in my... No, there is more time. This is 10 minutes. Thank you. 10 more minutes. Yes, there's another question. From Gora Haridas, is Giriraj's answer to our question dependent on the urgency and intensity of that question? Yes, it is. All types of questions are dependent on the eagerness. In bhakti, it says if there's one prize to get bhakti, it's eagerness. And therefore there is a colloquial saying in Braj that when you go around Giriraj and ask your question, he might not answer it. He will check, is he coming next year again? Then you go another time or another year again. And he walks by this time behind you and hears that, same question. But will he ask this in a year from now? Again, you test it. And you test it a few times if it is if you really mean it. Giriraj is very real. Don't we even we can appreciate this. Why? Because we also do not like to be in conversations where the other person is just saying something to fill the empty space, but he doesn't really mean it. So Giriraj is absolutely responding to the eagerness. That's the one prize. Prabhupada made took his word Krishna consciousness from this verse, Krishna Bhavanamritam. Notice, if there's one prize, the verse says, which you can pay to get Krishna Bhakti. It's not pious activities. It's not millions of pious activities. It's only to have it. Here, now, Vaidyanath Das from Hamburg, Germany. So is Govardhan Hill Haridasavaya the best of the servants of Krishna, or is he Krishna himself? He's both. The example could be given of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has described himself as a servant of God. He acted like this. He chanted the holy names. He worshipped the devotees, and he preached Krishna consciousness as a servant of the Lord. He prays as a servant of the Lord. Ayi Nanda Tanuya, my Lord, please take me out of this ocean of birth and death. No? Prays as a servant, as a kinkara. I'm your kinkara, your servant. He says like this. Some translate this as King Kari, and they enter here into the very wonderful landscape of Radhadasyam. But yes, servant. But at the same time, he's the Supreme Personality of Godhead who has come as the most merciful of all incarnations. So in the same way, Giriraj has a dual identity, and depending on your particular approach, he will reveal himself as either the servant or the Supreme Personality of Godhead. When Chaitanya Mahaprabhu gave Raghunath Goswami the Giriraj Shila, he said, see in him Vrajendra Nandan Krishna, not Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. That is one way to approach him, and the other is the way of the servant. Yeah, there we have 5 more minutes, I'm hearing. Here's another one from Patrick Agarwal in Surat. So many more questions come in. I will give more time in tomorrow for questions. Hare Krishna Maharaj, Pamho. Once we are in Vrindavan on the foothills of Govardhana, in the association of devotees, we feel connected to Govardhana and able to relish his mercy. But once we leave the Dham physically, we no more relate to Govardhana in spite of following the instructions we received in retreat. This is my experience from previous retreats. What exactly am I missing here? Please help me, Maharaj. Wonderful. Patrick, if you can do one thing, you can please send your email to my assistant Krishna, and I will send you something which I have written about this. It's my New Year's message, but I will now answer it. Prashanta can give you, all the VHE stuff can give you. So this is maybe the greatest common experience of those who go on retreat. It is, Patrick, you are not the only one who experiences a quick and very deep, enlivening experience which uplifts you, brings you to a very high level on which you really appreciate and relish Krishna consciousness. And then you leave that retreat, or you switch off your computer and the lecture stops, and you are again, you're in your daily life, your daily life knocks on the door, and there are all these commitments which you have made previously, and you become very, very busy in it. In this, the responsibilities and commitments which you have, after some time, you think, what was that? This was almost like another world in Govardhana, and I almost experienced a total different reality there. What was this, and where am I now? Yeah. Patrick and everyone else, I can only say you need to know the philosophy of following the Dhruva Tara, the North Star. It is when you are in a level of consciousness where you say, this is really for me, this is really my life, this is how I would like the life, then fix that as your goal, as your North Star. Then you need to go into the practical dimension. You need to think, what practical steps can I take to go in this direction? It could be that you say, well, let me read every day the Bhagavatam, or let me, during the chanting, apply all these suggestions, tips, which I have heard from various books. Let me do this. Or you could say, let me render some service throughout the day. Let me be connected. In other words, doable steps into your life. And now comes the third thing, and I consider it almost the most important thing. No, the most important is the fourth step. Now, after fixing up your goal, then determining the realistic steps you want to take, then, Patrick, listen very carefully, you have to create circumstances in which it is possible for you to do what you do. I'm coming back to a very easy to understand example. I think every one of us at times want to get up earlier. We say, enough, I want to get up an hour earlier. I really want to get up at 5 o'clock. Or if you think, oh no, 5 o'clock, Maharaj, then say 6 o'clock. And if you go, 6 o'clock, Maharaj, 7 o'clock. Any of us has a time where we think it is better, then I can do my work. It's not enough to make such a determination. You do need to create the circumstances which facilitate that. That is, you need to go earlier to bed and not end your day like many Indians do, eat the main meal, a ton of elephant-like proportions in the night, and then you wonder, why can't I get up at 5 o'clock or 4 o'clock or whatever is the time you want to get up. You have not created the favorable circumstances like this. Now comes the most important thing. You must pray. We are so weak. We are so absolutely small. We need the help of the Lord. What can we do with our little determination? We can go and extend the range of the possibility a tiny little bit. That's ridiculous. But when an ant crawls on the back of a lion, it can jump with the lion a long distance. So when we ant-like living entities connect with Chaitanya Singha, the Lord who is Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, no, then with his strength, the impossible becomes possible. Pray, pray, and do it with urgency, with the conviction that alone I cannot do anything. My dear devotees, my time shows me that I'm up. Yes, we are now taking you to another holy place. We will take you right to the forest of the Govardhana, it will eventually be our forest. You know, the Govardhana Retreat Center was given a very nice place in that forest in Braj, where we can have our sanghas and so on. And we will go there, not in a normal way. We will go there by dancing. So this is called Dancing Through the Forest of Vrindavan. Dance in your mind. Dance, oh dance, and sing more. Thank you very much for your attention. It was a real joy to share all this with all of you. And yes, see you for the next session of Jagatarini. Start after we have danced through the forest. Maybe we will come to rest at one of these. Her session is called "The Trees Want to Tell Their Stories." So thank you very much, and Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hey, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Gauranga, Hare Rama, Hare Rama. Hey, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hey, Hare Krishna. Hey, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Come on down. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jai Prabhupada, 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 Jai Prabhupada, 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 Jai Prabhupada, Jai Prabhupada, 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 Jai Prabhupada, Jai Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jai Prabhupada, Jai Prabhupada, 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 Jai Prabhupada.
Om Jnanatimarandasya Jnana Shalakaya Chakshuamilitam Tasmai Sri Gurave Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharini Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Namaskar Jai Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna.
Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Iti Namane Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharani Nirvisesha Sunyavadi Paskatya Deshatarani. Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vas Adi Gaura Bhaktavinda. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. I am so excited to be here with you and to share this subject matter. Of course, I am missing Vrindavan very much and missing the devotees, Krishna Balaram Mandir, Srila Prabhupada's rooms, our retreat fellowship, and of course, I'm greatly missing being by the side of Giriraj. So first of all, I would like to start off this presentation with a quote from Srila Prabhupada. It's a strong quote, but sometimes strong quotes are very necessary. He says, "It is compulsory. You cannot avoid Krishna Katha. If you avoid, then you are putting yourself in the dangerous cycle of birth and death. It is not fiction or whims. It is compulsory, imperative. Everyone should become Krishna conscious. If he does not, then he is risking his life." A very sober beginning to our presentation, but reminding us of the importance of hearing about Krishna and directing our attention away from the incredible, powerful, distracting elements of life in this world towards hearing about life in the spiritual world. So let me first begin by speaking a little bit about the Parikrama path. There is a pathway that goes all the way round and encircles Vrindavan. And that pathway has been trodden for centuries by pilgrims. When I first came to Vrindavan, that pathway was largely through a rural setting. There were trees on either side of the road, or there were walled gardens or ashrams. So I would step onto that path in Ramanreti, coming from our Krishna Balaram temple, and I would pass by the very well-known Krishna Balaram tree. And then I would proceed through a wooded area, a beautiful grove, and that would lead me gradually to the old Vrindavan riverbed. And as I was walking along that path, on one side, the side of the Jamuna, I would see farmland, agricultural land. Farmers were growing their crops. And on the other side were ashrams and temples. So one time in the early 90s, maybe it was 1993 or 4, there was a big flood of the Jamuna. And the waters of the Jamuna came right back into that original riverbed. All the ghats on the side that had been dry and separate from the river for so many years all found themselves right beside her sacred waters. I was fortunate enough to get a photograph of this momentous occasion. The parikrama path has gradually changed enormously. Now, by telling you this, I am not trying to awaken your ecological sentiments. That is there. But what I want to do is to introduce you to some of my favorite trees. When I would walk along the parikram path, I noted that there were many old, well-known trees, and each one was connected in some way or another with Krishna. And seeing them inspired me to write a book about the trees. And one of the trees that inspired me the most was this one at Kaliyagat. So now we are here. First, I would like to show you pictures of that tree taken 20 years ago, and then we will move up to the present. Hey Krishna. Here, once, there was a tall Kadamba tree standing beside the Jamuna River. Now, Kadamba trees you can see in many parts of Vrindavan, and they have very tall, slender trunks. Their leaves are like oval-shaped and flat, and sometimes they're a little bit curved. And they have these beautiful flowers, very, very fragrant flowers. Sometimes this big and sometimes that big. In the past, I have found seed pods beneath this Keli Kadamba tree. Now, there's a couple of things that you need to know when you approach sacred trees. The first one is never to pick any of the leaves or break off any of the branches, and heaven forbid, never scratch your name in the trunk of a sacred tree. The proper etiquette is to come, bow down, to carefully place your head at the feet of the tree, which is the roots of the tree, and to pray to the tree to give you some kind of blessings in bhakti or any other aspect of your life that you wish to be assisted with. This tree, this Kadamba tree, is very, very ancient, like an old warrior. Sometimes I liken this tree to Grandfather Bhishma in the Mahabharata, in the sense that it is old, so strong, so brave, so wise, and so wonderful that it is still present amongst us. But look at the formation of the bark of this tree, and you can see very clearly how ancient it is. You can see the ruts and the bumps and the formations that have come over hundreds of years, as well as the clusters of foliage here and there up in the tree. Silently, this great personality resides here for the well-being of the world. Now, this is one part of what I want to share with you, and of course, now that we are sitting here beside this beautiful Kadamba tree with its old, gnarled spiritual form, I would like to share with you a little bit about the Leela of Kaliya that took place here. So first of all, it is meant to free us from fear by hearing just how terrified the people of Vrindavan were. But they were not afraid of their own danger, as we are. They were afraid that Krishna, who they loved as their everything, their life, that he was in danger. Their love disallowed them to think that he was the supreme source of shelter, and instead to cry aloud in grief at the possibility that anything could hurt him in any way, particularly the malice and the cruelty of Kaliya. You see, everybody in Vrindavan knew about Kaliya. They knew about this place. They knew how poisonous it was and how dangerous it was. And they never allowed the children to go anywhere near this place. So when they heard that Krishna had actually climbed up the top of this Kadamba tree and jumped down from its higher branches into that lethally poisonous murky lake, they had so much anxiety that they wanted to jump in the water themselves and save him. But then Krishna showed them that he was not in any danger. He released himself from the grip of Kaliya, who had caught him up in his coils, and instead he began an incredible dance. It was a Tandava dance, like Lord Shiva, a dance of destruction for Kaliya. But for the residents of Vrindavan, it was a delicate, superb, masterfully orchestrated concert of the finest order. They saw Krishna's dance, dancing from one head of Kaliya to another, to another, to another. They saw his dance with astonishment, and they wondered how he was so clever and how he was such a wonderful personality. They wondered how he could dance like that. And the devas came up in the sky with all their supernatural, divine instruments, and they hoped to be able to participate in this incredible event. After Kaliya was almost dead, smashed to pieces, head after head, beaten almost to the ground, he realized who it was who was performing this amazing concert on his heads. He was exhausted to the point of unconsciousness. When his wives, seeing that all the poison and the anger and the envy and the cruelty and the harshness and the hardness of heart and the bitterness and the nastiness and the envious snake-like character had become bent into submission, it was then that his wives decided to plea to Krishna to save the life of their husband. And Krishna did, but he also banished them. He told them that they had to leave. And he warned Kaliya never to be afraid of his enemy Garuda, because now he had marking his head the impression of the footprints of Krishna. But he had to leave. He had to leave that beautiful land of Braj. He had to go to the ocean. And then Krishna returned to the bank of the Jamuna, to the loving embrace of all his family and all his kinsmen and all the village of Braj. So there's something very important in this story. The first thing is that Krishna is dancing on the head of fear. He's dancing on the head of Kali's terrible characteristics that cause us all to be frightened of what will be coming or happening in the future. It's only intelligent to feel that way. So we need to come here to this place and pray to this Keli Kadamba, this ancient tree, that please, 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 help me to become fearless. Help me to become a lover of Krishna. And help me to allow Krishna to drive out all the Kaliya-like characteristics from my heart. And I hope that I can surrender rather than have him beating on my head to do that. But if he has to beat on my head a little bit, then please help me to bow down as quickly as possible and thereby to be free of all these unwelcome qualities. So here we are together. So I'd like to read also some quotes to share with you, particularly that I find very inspiring about trees and inspiring about Vrindavan. I have uselessly spent countless lifetimes agitated with the cares of maintaining my material body, my home, my family, and my relatives. Even now, when I am supposed to be intelligent, I am still bewildered by such things. O Vrindavan, your holy name is my only shelter. A person absorbed in the most wicked, sordid deeds, who once bows down to offer respects to a blade of grass in Vrindavan, at once becomes a very pious person. At the end of his life, by the mercy of the Supreme Lord, who has all power to unshackle him from the bonds of karma, he certainly attains the otherwise unattainable feat of Lord Sri Krishna. I eternally bow down to Vrindavan's trees and vines, which are far beyond the influence of matter, and which mercifully grant all the goals of life to one who even once touches, sees, hears about, or remembers them. Another wonderfully encouraging quote to give us an understanding of the magnitude of the benefit of approaching the trees in Vrindavan. So how can we become beyond matter? How can we become beyond fear, depression, anxiety, emptiness, loneliness? Well, the remedy is to hear about Krishna. It's to hear about Vrindavan and to hear about how these trees even are our well-wishing benefactors. And they care for us. Even if we are far away from Vrindavan now, they care for us because they have this ever blissful spiritual happiness that they want to give also to those who come close to them. So gradually, little by little, we can cross over this ocean of material entanglement and understand that we have a real home and there's no depression, unhappiness or morbidness there. And gradually we can awaken to our real life. I would like to share with you also, before we finish talking about this sacred tree at Kaliagat, I would like to tell you what that tree actually looks like. The Kadamba tree on the eastern shore of Kalia Lake is very glorious. The wise saints have seen many wonders in that tree. That sacred tree has 100 branches. It is very sweetly fragrant. It bears many flowers all 12 months of the year. It gives very pleasing shade, and it fills all 10 directions with a light. So with our mortal eyes, we cannot see this tree. We see nonetheless a glorious tree, a wonderful tree, a transcendental personality. But we see a tree that looks like trees of this world. And it's easy to forget that now, while we're looking at this tree, we're in Vrindavan. We're not in any other place. And the trees in Vrindavan each have a spiritual form that's visible only to those whose eyes have become cleared of the dust or the cover of the mirror, the dirt, the powdery dust all over the mirror of our heart. And when that is cleansed away, then we can see Vrindavan as it really is. our anxiety should be, how can I develop my bhakti? How can I become a genuine, strong, secure, humble devotee? So these are the kind of things, this is the kind of thing that we pray for when we approach this wonderful tree at Kaliyagat. You can read this story in the Krishna book, the Srimad Bhagavatam. You can find a photo online of this wonderful tree, place it on your altar, place it in your room, pray to this tree, and you'll be amazed at the result. And next time you're in Vrindavan, take your arms and go there and embrace this tree for all your worth and pray that somehow pure love for Krishna may find a place in my heart. So thank you for so kindly coming and sitting down with me for some time so that the trees can tell their stories. See you tomorrow night.
Many thanks to Jagatarini Mataji for putting together this research about the trees. I hope that you are appreciating her presentation. When I met her many years ago, that was her main occupation, going around Braj, collecting leaves, dust, flowers, and creating boxes of Braj treasure boxes that she would gift to different devotees. Very wonderful. So we have come to the end of the day. His Holiness Sachinandan Maharaj will take us into the next day of the retreat. Please stay on till the end, like yesterday. We will unmute everyone in the end, so you may express yourself, your comments, meet each other, and so on. So, Sachinandan Maharaj, are you with us?
Yes, I'm with you, and I do hope that my sound reaches everyone. Can you hear, Prashanta?
Yes, your sound is all good, Maharaj. Very
Good.
excellent.
Good. I would like to now come to the conclusion of today's day and also give some orientation for the next day. But I want to really thank our Jagatarini for bringing us again to Vrindavan. Now, I think what you do is, what you have presented is very important, because with these images and pictures, you have shown how attractive Vrindavan is, also for our eyes. You know, these old pictures of the old Parikram path. I know when it was like this, and I must say the memory nourishes me so that I can go through Vrindavan now by remembering these old things and not become disturbed by the building of so many things, houses and so on. And what I also do is I go regularly when I'm in Vrindavan to places in Vrindavan where you can still see the atmosphere. My next path is there is a path called Radha's Way. It leads from Yavat to Suryakund. It's a path which is somehow still there, and I want to discover it because I know from past memories how nice it is to go through the fields and the areas of Vrindavan. And together with Burijam Prabhu, we once went together, and we were not shy to touch the dust of Vrindavan and obtain the tremendous blessings of this place. Once again, I would like to thank all of you, not only the presenters, but Prashanta and her team, and I understand there is a lot of team work behind it. I do understand from Bangalore, from everywhere, talented devotees are helping us to have this experience of Vrindavan. Let us consider for a moment how Prabhupada said, it is compulsory, you cannot avoid Krishna Katha. If you avoid, you are putting yourself into the dangerous cycle of birth and death, and you are risking your life. So this service, so to say, can be seen by two types of devotees in different ways. By one type of devotees, it can be seen as therapeutic hearing. By this hearing, something happens, a spiritual therapy is happening in my life. I will, just by hearing Krishna Katha, I will know more, and let me just let it just soak in a little bit, and let it work on my conditioned heart and mind. For the older devotees, and I know there are several who are with us, it is something else. It is relishing. It is hearing about the person who's most dear and hearing about his place. So both are totally all right. The therapeutic hearing and the relishing, the hearing with relishment. It is both totally all right. And I don't even know if Krishna will make a difference between these two things. I don't think so. Because the moment he sees that someone is interested in him, it could be an old devotee who has a lot of taste. It can be a beginner on this road of Braj Bhakti. Krishna doesn't make any difference. From Krishna's point of view, anyone who is on this path of hearing about Krishna in Vrindavan, he is very dear and will certainly be, he will attain Krishna's lotus feet, like this one verse said. I would like to, in the beginning, remind all of you listeners, I see there's still a lot on this call of the program tomorrow. We will start again at the same time, same place, with with first a Govardhana darshan, and then our Burijam Prabhu will take us to the second part of his excellent presentation on Sudama Vipra and the many hidden secrets in there. And more or less the schedule is similar, and it will end with the second tree in Vrindavan. Was it Vangsivat or another tree? Surprises will be given out tomorrow. Fine. Please see this as either therapeutic hearing or hearing with relishment. It is very good that your year is starting with blessings that come about just by touching in our mind the land of Vrindavan. Just going there with our mind by listening to these beautiful kathas, seeing these amazing pictures and these. Prashanta, I must really praise you or your team. This is an excellent video work. We feel greatly inspired by traveling through the videos to these various holy places, and they're very delicately placed in between. Very much appreciating, really, very much. So I would suggest let us now end our little our Govardhana retreat. I thought to just make a short kirtan, 5 to 7 minutes. I have placed the watch here, and then Prashanta will conclude everything from her room in Vrindavan, I think. And she will then give us an opportunity to see each other in the gallery. And let us please start. Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paskatyare Satarine Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivashadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda. A few days ago, I was at a call. It was in Dallas, America, a kirtan mela, and various kirtan singers were invited to contribute with kirtans. But it was an extraordinary experience for me. I saw how the devotees, who I could see in the gallery, you know, these small video images, were either moving, swaying with the kirtan like trees which sway in the breeze, or some were dancing, but all of them were singing. And I asked our technician to just see that there was pages and pages full of devotees singing. I request you also to sing along. Radha Raman Prabhu, I see you there. We need your support. Jagatarini, please sing. Prashanta, please sing along. Everyone. Chatura, Jagat Priya Dev, and so on. Please, or Devi most properly, please sing along. Then we do create around the world a singing community which sings the holy name, and that will be very blissful. So, okay, let's start. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. We will go a little higher now. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Giri Govardhan, Giri Govardhan, Giri Govardhan, Giri Govardhan, Jaya Giri Govardhan, Jaya Giri Govardhan, Giri Govardhan, Jaya Giri Govardhan, Jaya Giri Govardhan, Giri Govardhan, Giri Govardhan, Giri Govardhan, Jaya 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 Radha Shyama Sundar, Radha Shyama Sundar, Shri Radhe, Jaya Radha Shyama Sundar, Radha Shyama Sundar, Shri Radhe, Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada. Jai Jai Sri Radhe, Jai Jai Sri Radhe, Jai Jai Sri Radhe, Shyam. Bolo Giriraj Maharaj ki, Bolo Giriraj Maharaj ki, Bolo Giriraj Maharaj ki. Hare Krishna. I'm only a placeholder, a poor placeholder for the voice of the Govardhana retreat, our Bhujam Prabhu, trying to follow his footsteps. Hare Krishna. What a pleasure to be with you. Come back tomorrow. Thank you. Many of you have brought new guests for parts of the presentation. Thank you very much. And please put your day like this, that tomorrow at, what is it? 9:30, I must be there. It is my walking my North Star. So I will now return the word to Prashanta, who will close the session.
Oh yes, I'm unmuted. Hare Krishna, everyone. Yes, tomorrow it's a very special day. A very special day in the Govardhana retreat, and also in the Holy Name retreat. See, every year we have 2 retreats. It's an amazing world. We actually spend 3 weeks in Govardhana. We have the Holy Name retreat, which lasts for 6 days. Then we have a little gap of 3 days to prepare for the next retreat, which is the Govardhana retreat. Not 5 days, 8 days at the foot of Giriraj. And on one of the days, even twice actually, we go to an amazing place. That place is named Teya Kadamba. So tomorrow is our Teya Kadamba day. In between the lectures, we will go there and we will explore this amazing place full of peacocks. And we'll also witness something, a secret thing that we do there. What we do there secretly, isolated from the gaze of the entire world, we chant. We chant for hours and hours and hours. So today we will take you into that world of Teya Kadamba. What is Teya Kadamba? Teya Kadamba is just next to Nandagram, next to where Krishna lived. This is unbelievable. This is just next to the palace of Nanda. And this is the areas of the Goshalas and the place where the cows used to come in the evening when Krishna would come back from the pasturing grounds. Ter means to call, and Kadamba is the name of a tree. So Krishna would climb on the top of the tree and he would call his cows. We have heard this from Burijan Prabhu the other day. Pishangi Manikashtani Pranata Shringi. This is the place. But it's not just that. It's not just a place of pastimes for Krishna, for Balaram, but it's also a place chosen by Srila Rupa Goswami, the leader of the Sankirtan movement, the servant of Lord Chaitanya. This is the place where he spent most of his time in bhajan and writing. It is the heart of the world of the Gaudiya Vaishnavas. It is a place full of power. So we will be going there tomorrow. Stay tuned. Of course, we will also be in Govardhana. We'll be in Govardhana in the morning. Then we'll jump on the bus and go to Teya Kadamba, spend the day there, and return to Govardhana in the evening. So this is the plan for tomorrow. Are we all unmuted? Yes, we are all unmuted. So Hari.
Haribol.
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 Haribolo.
Thank you very much.
Oh, I see Lila Shakti there.
Haribol.
Oh, Iran is here. Devotees from Iran are attending. Thank you.
Haribol, Mani Manjari. Haribol. Haribol.
Hare Krishna.
Ananda Mai Radha Devi Dasi. Janak Prabhu, are the Chinese devotees happy?
Yes, very happy. So happy. Thank you so much. Hare
Hare
Krishna.
Krishna.
Shanta Mataji.
Hare.
Haribol.